So, wenn alles geklappt hat, bin ich jetzt live. So, wir sind gerade im Startbildschirm. Ich gehe mal direkt auf Continue. So, zack, hat geklappt. So, bin gespannt, wer gleich alles zuguckt. Ich bin gespannt auf Chat-Interaktion. Heute wird es dann tatsächlich wirklich die letzte Folge. Zumindest von dieser Version, also von diesem Projekt. Aber es wird dann der zweite Teil sehr schnell hinterherkommen. Von daher muss man sich da keine Gedanken machen, dass das irgendwie das letzte bisschen von der Reihe wäre. Die gesamte Reihe ist nämlich gut und ich will die auch komplett zeigen. Der dritte Teil, ja, sagen wir mal, der ist von einigen ein bisschen gemischt aufgenommen worden, aber das heißt nicht, dass er nicht spielenswert oder sehenswert wäre. Aber gut. Kurz noch ein paar Minuten um den heißen Brei herumreden, dass ein paar Leute die Gelegenheit haben, noch dazuzukommen. Hat sich auch heute jetzt sehr spontan ergeben, dass es gut ging und dass ich vorher nochmal die Gelegenheit hatte, ein kleines Nickerchen zu machen, weil das war dringend nötig. Aber gut. An sich, wie gesagt, wir gehen heute ins absolute Finale. Und wenn ich jetzt zum Beispiel mal hier schaue, wir sind jetzt hier gerade im The Three Left Behind, was eigentlich normalerweise ein Ende wäre. Und hier kommt noch einiges auf uns zu, wie man sieht. Wobei das ein bisschen übertrieben ist. Vieles davon dauert nicht so lange, aber es kommt ein bisschen was noch auf uns zu. Ein kleines bisschen was. Aber ich würde sagen, wir machen direkt hier weiter. Und ich kann auch sagen, heute wird es dadurch, dass es natürlich die letzte Folge wird, auch ein bisschen abgedreht. Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He'd had no answer for him then, and he still didn't. Ja, eine Sache sollte ich vielleicht noch kurz überprüfen, nämlich wie gut mein Sound eigentlich ist. Gebt mir einen klitzekleinen Moment. Okay, augenscheinlich ist mein Sound ganz in Ordnung. Das heißt, wir können weitermachen.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died doing it. Morphogenetic field theory. The two murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game.
And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. And the point connecting the dots...
Zero. He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Und da kommen wir dann auch schon zum Folgentitel. Aber jetzt möchte ich kurz mal eine Frage stellen. Die Frage ist jetzt nicht einfach nur, wer ist Zero, sondern was hat Zero denn mit dem Experiment von vor 9 Jahren zu tun? Das ist zum Beispiel auch eine Frage, die man sich stellen kann. Hat er da mitgewirkt? Oder hat er anderweitig damit zu tun? Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
5 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 equals 18, 1 plus 8 equals 9. Yep. Jetzt, da ja quasi alle relevanten Armbänder wieder da sind, kommt man auch durch die Tür.
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
Da fällt mir gerade noch was ein. Es gab ja auch den einen Kerl, der als Snake verkleidet war. Und ich glaube, das ist der Grund, warum das Armband von dem komplett zerschmettert war. Weil ansonsten hätten die einfach das nehmen können. Oh. Okay, was das im Chat angeht, dann danke dafür. Ich weiß nur nicht, wie viel du dann... Ja, wobei, es ist ja alles aufgeschrieben, von daher passt das ja auch so. Dann wünsche ich auch dir viel Spaß. 7 stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red. An asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right, you guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Junpei paused for a
Not
moment.
yet.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
Junpei looked directly into 7's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
Fine.
Seven pulled down on the lever and the door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 9 wird gar nicht gezeigt. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So, we knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to 7.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet.
5 plus 4 plus 0 equals 9.
Though the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
However, the door didn't open. The reds display read error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out.
Junpei scannt the bracelets with this combination. So, es gibt mehrere Sachen, die man da durchgehen kann, um das herauszufinden. Aber das ist auch eine Sache, die kam, glaube ich, schon in dem anderen Ende mal vor. Ich würde sagen, es gibt 6 Varianten. Ich würfel jetzt einfach. 3. Also mal alle zusammen.
Let's try Snake,
Und nicht alle.
Clover and Cap.
Doch, also nee, es ist in dem Fall ohne 7. Das heißt, in dem Fall 2 plus 5 sind wir bei 7, plus 4 sind bei 11. Okay. Snake plus Junpei plus 7 equals 2 plus 5 plus 7 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 4.
However, the door didn't open.
It didn't open.
So Cap's number isn't 4.
How about...
Junpei proceeded to... Als nächstes haben wir Nummer 6. Das ist hier unten. 7, Clover und Cap.
Let's try 7, Clover and Cap.
7 plus Clover equals 7 plus 4 equals 11. 1 plus 1 equals 2.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 7.
However, the door didn't open.
Nope, it didn't open.
Then,
It ain't 7 then.
How about...
3 hatten wir eben schon. Hier. Snake, Clover, 7 und Cap.
Let's try Snake, Clover, 7 and Cap.
Snake plus Clover plus 7 equals 2 plus 4 plus 7 equals 13. 1 plus 3 equals 4.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 5.
However, the door didn't open.
It didn't open.
So it's not 5.
How about...
Junpei proceeded to, ja. Okay, im Grunde gibt es nur noch 3 Optionen, die wir noch nicht hatten. Snake, Junpei, Cap.
Let's try Snake, me, and Cap.
Snake plus Junpei equals 2 plus 5 equals 7.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 2.
However,
It didn't open.
Cap's number must not be 2.
Then,
ach komm, zeigen wir alle.
let's try Snake, Clover, and Cap.
Snake plus Clover equals 2 plus 4 equals 6.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 3.
However,
Nope, it didn't open.
Then the number isn't 3.
Then,
Junpei proceeded to... Ich überlege gerade, das Snake, Clover, 7, Cap. Warte mal, was jetzt? 7, Junpei, Cap. Das ist es, das hatten wir noch nicht.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap.
7 plus Junpei equals 7 plus 5 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Hey, it opened! The door opened!
What? Why? What does that mean?
Both 7 and Clover seemed rather shaken. As they turned to look at Junpei for answers, the door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
7 plus 5 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Ah.
Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is...
9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it.
Here, look.
Junpei leaned over to look at it.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake? And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Und das ist tatsächlich auch ein Phänomen, wenn wir hier uns die ganzen Möglichkeiten ansehen. June geht nie ohne Santa durch eine Tür. Grundsätzlich nicht. Egal welchen Weg wir gehen. Hier, egal welche wir nehmen, June und Santa sind im anderen Raum. Entweder June und Santa sind mit im Raum oder oder halt im anderen, je nachdem, was man nimmt. Und hier, abhängig davon, was man macht, es gibt halt die Möglichkeit, durch Tür 3 zu gehen. Da zwingt man Santa mitzukommen. Und bei den anderen ist es so, dass man aufgeteilt wird und June und Santa jeweils in die andere Tür gehen. Und hier kommt es auch ein bisschen darauf an, welche Tür man nimmt. Aber grundsätzlich, egal was man macht, June und Santa sind immer durch dieselbe Tür gegangen.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind.
Oh, auch ein interessanter Punkt. Aber eine Sache möchte ich kurz überprüfen. Wenn es jetzt heißt, das ist der Buchstabe O, rechnen wir mal so, als wäre das ähnlich wie beim Hexadezimal, nur noch weiter. Das heißt A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. O ist der 15. Buchstabe des Alphabets. Das heißt, wir sind bei 34. 30? Ne, Moment. Endlich 34 bei 24, ja. Und Quersumme von 24 ist 6. Dann passt es auf jeden Fall, dass das zu einer 6 führt. Aber gut.
Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number... 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes he'd made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
Da ist natürlich dann die Frage, wenn das wirklich so stimmt. Ist Santa jetzt 0?
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
Jetzt auf die Frage im Chat. Jo, alles gut soweit. Es wird spannend.
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some sort of difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent and thought.
Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
Door 9 opened. They leapt through.
Oh, it's right there.
The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped.
Oh,
After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them.
all right. Let's keep going.
At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship.
I think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
They leaned out and looked over the side.
Looks dry.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Erstmal auf das, was im Chat steht, noch spannender als gestern, schwer vorstellbar. Oh! Du hast zum Beispiel das eine Ende nicht gesehen, in dem hier zum Beispiel Ace in einer Verbrennungsanlage stirbt. So before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door.
Hey, it's a...
And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
Clearly it wasn't going to open this door.
It's a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they'd come.
Hey, another door.
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
A symbol was engraved into the card reader.
It's the Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books.
Wow! It's totally full of books!
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, more the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. Ach jetzt, Uranus-Symbol, Neptun-Symbol, hast du jetzt schon wieder verpasst. Das ist einfach so eine Sache, die zusätzlich auf dem Schiff existiert. In diesen Escape Rooms gibt es immer wieder als kleine Sachen, die man sowohl zum Entkommen braucht, als auch nebenher einfach findet, bestimmte Schlüsselkarten oder Schlüssel mit Planetensymbolen. Abgesehen von einem Ding, das hat ein Mondsymbol. Und auf dem Schiff gibt es immer wieder auch einzelne Türen, die eben solche Symbole tragen oder Aufzüge, die zum Beispiel mit einer entsprechenden Schlüsselkarte aktiviert werden können. Und eine Sache, die wir hier zum Beispiel im letzten Raum gefunden haben, war eine Schlüsselkarte mit einem Uranus-Symbol. Und damit kommt man dann hier weiter. Oder kommt man in diesen Raum. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
All right, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge. As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Und wir sind in einem Escape Room. So, wir sind also in der Bibliothek. Und wie man sieht, hier gibt es sehr viele Bücher. Aber schauen wir uns einfach um. Hier ist erstmal was auf dem Tisch. There's a note on the table. Lights to the books. Huh. What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the text? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. Not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Ja gut, der ist halt blind. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like this shelves all science and technology. Oh, was haben wir denn hier? What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Hey, what if we like switch them around? Oh Moment, ich muss mich kurz einer Sache zuwenden. Das ist aber 2 Minuten, dann bin ich sofort wieder da. So, verzeiht bitte die kurze Störung, hat sich alles dann doch relativ schnell erledigt. Also, what if we like switch them around? Switch them around? Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Ja, heck, it's worth a shot. Ich sag mal so, wir können hier zumindest sehen, das ist schon mal ein Anagramm für Open here, find bulb. How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing right up. That was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei. I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the title spelled out Open here, find bulb. Yep. Wir finden Powerful light bulb. The light bulb looks like it's brand new. And it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light. Wir haben also schon mal eine Glühbirne gefunden. Oh, und hier? This book is called a Mind Swap. You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Junpei too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? Like I'd even want to swap bodies with a little brat like... Hey, were you just imagining it? You were. Shut up. Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Na, Körpertausch ist schon eine etwas seltsame Sache. Teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. Kann man sich das... Nee, das ist das gleiche. So. Kitab al-Azif. Man, they've got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name. It is the name of a fictional book created by Abdul Al-Hazred? Abdul Al-Hazred, war das nicht? Moment, den Namen muss ich kurz eingeben. Ich glaube, ich weiß, woher ich das kenne und das ist, glaube ich, eine Anspielung. Moment. Yep. Das ist der verrückte Araber mit dem Necronomicon. H.P. Lovecraft. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff. Ja, also ich habe einfach eingegeben, Abdul ihr wisst es schon. Abdul Al-Hazred und du kriegst sofort H.P. Lovecraft Wiki. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. Okay. Hoppla. Hier haben wir uns dann wohl alles angesehen. Dann schauen wir mal hier rüber. Energy theory, development of nanotechnology and materials, interactions between shortwave energy and matter. What else have we got? Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache. Can't say fancy technology stuff and I getting along with really well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you gotta put me to sleep. So. Okay, ach, das führt einfach nur zum selben Ding. Hier. The Black Hole Hypothesis. Gamma Ray Astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. Okay. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. Bet that's gonna be serious inheritance tax. A kid's book here? It looks like it's a children's story about Native Americans. Don't you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Maybe you ought to hold on to it. Ja, Cowboys and Indians, ernsthaft? This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey Junpei, take a look at this one. Native Americans, huh? It's got some Wow. Ach, ein Pop-up-Buch. Ah, okay. Mit einem K, 2 Ls und einem I.
What's that? This one's one of them pop-up books. LRK.
Doesn't mean anything, does it?
Well, you could make them curl. Like curl or Carl.
Ach nee, eines ist ein R. Wo ist denn das R? Naja. This one's called History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you. Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something? Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. A history of Buddhism.
Permian creatures. Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of perms.
That's got nothing to do with this. Perm ist eine... Ach, egal. Ist ein Zeitalter. What's Hellenism? Oh, ich weiß es. I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. Ja, es hat vor allem auch mit den Religionen zu tun. Hey, look at this. This book's called Greek Mythology.
Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep.
Ich möchte kurz anmerken, bei griechischer Mythologie ist vor allem auch die Sache, man hat halt keinen festen Kanon. Das hatten wir eben. So, hier kommt man runter. Aber schauen wir uns nochmal hier... Ach nee, hier waren wir? Dann hatten wir alle. Okay. This big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive. Almost looks like a door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it and then a passageway beyond that. At the end of that passageway is a door with a Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up, we need to find the key with the mark of Neptune. Okay. This sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world. Man, it's like 7 and I don't even exist. Geschichte, Geografie... Oh, dein Fachgebiet. Ja gut, ich bin eher der Naturwissenschaftler. Ich bin studierter Biologe. Algebraic number theory, math, huh?
There's another one like that over there.
You mean something like primary number theory or analytical number theory or geometry? Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. The Pythagorean Theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Schauen wir das mal kurz weiter um. This one's Goldbach's Conjecture.
Conjecture? What's it about, like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it?
It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory.
Oh, sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay?
That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian Mathematics. That's funny. Why is that funny? Na, Biologie auch echt cool, aber mit Mathematik habe ich da ein großes Problem. Och, Mathe war immer meins. Also, Mathe kam ich immer sehr gut mit klar, aber ich habe halt auch nicht groß über Oberstufen-Mathe gelernt. Von daher, also ich hatte Mathe-Leistungskurs in der Schule und später während der Uni und, naja, später auch, als ich ein Lehrbuch hatte, hatte ich zwischenzeitlich halt auch immer wieder mal Mathe-Nachhilfe gegeben. Aber über das Modul Mathematik für Biologen, was halt über Oberstufenstoff halt nur Folgen und Reihen noch zusätzlich hatte, war halt nicht viel. Ach ja, nee, unvollständige Induktion. Punkt. It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about a Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no, there are many factors, length, girth, lubrication or lack of. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Ist dir klar, was du da gerade sagst, Snake? Da passt sogar dein Name sehr gut. Ugh. Aufhören mit den Peniswitzen. Wow. So, was haben wir denn hier? Dead kind? What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German... Ach, Dadkind? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Leibniz? This book's in German. It looks like it's the complete works of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Shit, erstmal fällt Sassy. Ja, kann man so sagen. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary. Sheldrake. Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake... Huh? Okay, hier kommen wir auf jeden Fall noch nicht weiter. What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore. Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Agriculture and historical organizations and folklore. In folklore.
Hey, there's another one of those picture books here. Something about these things, it's kinda nice, you know. Brings back good memories.
I guess even people like Seven were kids once.
No shit, you little brat.
Hey guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. The Tales of Old Japan. It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside Whoa! Looks like another pop-up book. This book has an S, an E, a dash, and a number 5 sticking out of it. I might be impressed if I was a 5. No. Modern Japanese literature, huh? Let's see what we've got here. So many books here. I wonder what this one's... Whoa! What's this? Worm?
Oh. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Hey, what's the deal with this sappy stuff?
Somewhat in here. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands.
Hey Junpei, you think maybe you're supposed to put those pop-up books on the stands? Then you could open them up.
Oh yeah. If we do that, then they make a shadow on the bottom there.
True, but there are 3 stands, right? We don't have enough picture books. In other words, we need 3 picture books. Ach nee, Moment, dann kann ich ja trotzdem noch mal kurz hier gucken. There are 3 lights in this thing. They aren't very bright though.
Hey, didn't we find some kind of real powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put it into one of those lights?
Yeah. Well, it'll get a lot brighter, but...
But if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point if we can't unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Yep, so sieht's aus. Was haben wir denn hier?
This bookshelf has sort of a glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there are only 6 books in it. That seems kinda weird.
It looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it though, the glass is all foggy.
There are a couple of books on the glass shelf. From left to right, they say Volume 6, Volume 3, Volume 2, Volume 4, Volume 1 und Volume 5. Ah, und hier haben wir Schloss. Also ein Drehzahlenschloss. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you've got the right ones to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Guess I might as well give it a shot. Moment, ich muss mal kurz gucken. Wie war das nochmal hier? 6, 3, 4... nee, 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. Nochmal. 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. So. 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. Mal schauen, ob das... Oh, passt. You did it, Junpei! Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least one... the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it to open, alright? Ah, hier haben wir eine Glühbirne. Powerful light bulb. Feels like a light bulb. Pretty high wattage? Too, unless I miss my guess. This should generate quite a bit of light. So. There are books here in all sorts of languages. I can't read them. Damit sind wir jetzt wieder hier. Das heißt, irgendwo habe ich was übersehen. Aber hier geht's nur wieder hoch. It's a coat rack. Like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats. Ansonsten war hier note on the top of the table. It says lights to the books. Das heißt, am ehesten, wo wir noch was machen können, ist hier. This red book says dead kind on it. Oder Dartkind, ich weiß nicht. Oh, ich habe da auch nichts, womit ich da interagieren könnte. Kann ich vielleicht die Bücher da rausnehmen? All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. Das war's auch schon. This iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. So, habe ich jetzt irgendwo was übersehen? Hier war mein Swap. Nee, das habe ich auf jeden Fall alles angesehen. Hier unten vielleicht.
Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what this one's about?
Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Das gibt's, das nennt man dann Atavismus. Das heißt, wenn alte Gene quasi wieder aktiv werden. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least that's what I read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly.
Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that?
Vielleicht, weil es Kinder gibt, die wissenschaftlich interessiert sind. Menno. Aber ja, es ist so, wenn wir uns unsere nächsten Verwandten angucken. Nicht jeder Affe hat einen Schwanz. Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. Mother Nature.
Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks?
Das wäre lustig. Probably not. Except perhaps tangentially, it's most likely about environmental protection.
I was just trying to make a joke.
Dude, hippie chicks? Really?
The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. That's that Darwin guy, right?
Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Nein, natürliche Selektion ist nur ein Teil der Evolution. Eine treibende Kraft. Exactly. Das ist auch das, was mich zum Beispiel in den USA immer so aufregt, dass da Konservative dann ankommen und meinen, es widerspricht der Bibel, das muss falsch sein. Ist ja nicht so, dass es mehr Belege für die Evolution gibt als für die Gravitation.
Theories of the Cambrian explosion? Did a bomb go up near somewhere called Cambria?
Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Naja, es ist so, die kambrische Explosion lief so ab, das war der Punkt, an dem viele erstmal anfingen, wirklich so Sachen wie Skelette zu entwickeln. Das heißt, das, was dabei entstanden ist, ist sowas wie die Ordnung Chordatiere. Also noch nicht mal Wirbeltiere. Aber da fingen halt die ersten Schalen und sowas an. Und plötzlich war es halt so, dass sehr viele ökologische Nischen frei wurden und sich die Tiere vor allem halt auch stärker ausbreiten konnten, mehr Möglichkeit hatten, sich weiterzuentwickeln in verschiedene Richtungen, gerade weil man durch Schalen und Stützelemente halt sehr, sehr viel Neues machen konnte. Und entsprechend gab es dann sehr, sehr viele Linien, die auch inzwischen alle, also größtenteils ausgestorben sind, wie es halt mit dem Großteil der existenten Spezies war. Vor allem ist es aber so, davor haben wir nicht allzu viele Fossilien, weil es nicht viel gab, was an hartem Zeug übrig bleiben könnte. Introduction to Geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean. Kinda romantic in a way, I guess. Beaches of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. Micrographia, huh? Ah yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences.
This one says transition of extinct species.
We need to hurry it up or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. Okay. Ja, das hatten wir, dieses Open Here Find Bob, den Rest hat man angesehen.
Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too.
This one says cosmic inflation. Ernsthaft. All that's here is Faraday's laws of electrolysis. I believe that's going to be about electrolysis in an electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. Quantum gravity. Seven, do you have any idea what this is?
How about you start by using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere.
Theory of general relativity, huh?
Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right?
What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Oh, well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place.
Knock it off with that science voodoo stuff. You're trying to put me to sleep.
Supersymmetric string theory and 10-dimensional spacetime. Ugh. They're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. Ja, kann man sich hier noch was... There are a couple of books on the shelf. Okay, das war's auch schon. Also hier hatten wir alles angesehen. Das waren hier Mother Nature, ja. Da landet man auch nur wieder hier. Energy Theory, hier waren wir. Und weiter kommen wir hier nicht. Das heißt, jetzt können wir hier nochmal Energy Theory, das hatten wir. Und Black Hole Hypothesis. Sind wir hier auch wirklich alles durchgegangen? Religion, ne, das hatten wir auch. Können wir hier die... Wobei, ne, hier ist es... History, das hatten wir auch.
This one, it looks like that picture book from earlier, the one with the pop-ups.
Okay, da haben wir was. Jetzt gehe ich mal kurz auf den Chat ein. Meeresbiologie ist so unfassbar faszinierend, finde ich. Also andere Felder Biologie natürlich auch, aber mein Favorite ist Meeresbiologie. Tja, was soll ich sagen? Ich bin Genetiker. Also Mikrobiologe und Genetiker. Also zumindest habe ich das studiert. Ich bin jetzt beruflich was anderes, aber das ist egal. Looks like that picture book from earlier, the one with the pop-ups.
You'd think they're part of a series or something. They do have the same binding.
There's a baseball in this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say it's probably baseball stuff. Whoa! This is a pop-up book. It's got the letters H-E-A-D popping out of it. Wer hätte erwartet? Principles of monkey behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book describing praxeology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionarily, so I imagine the research was fruitful. Affen sind uns nicht ähnlich, wir sind Affen. Das wollen auch viele Leute nicht wahrhaben, ist auch lustig. Aber das ist nun mal so. Menschen sind de facto Affen. Und da gibt's keinen Weg dran vorbei. Oh, look, 7. Here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density and Bone Strength.
You're just saying that because it says muscle.
This book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Human equilibrium theory.
Human anatomy.
Regeneration of internal organs. Ancient gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history.
Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you could grow it back?
I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Etwas, das Menschen nie hatten. Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books. Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kinda curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? So, und damit sind wir wieder am Start, aber wir haben zumindest schon mal die 3 Pop-Up-Bücher. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? Then... This is a little weird. Ah, okay, man sieht hier so ein bisschen was.
You can sort of see the letters. It's too dark in here to really tell, though.
Well, that probably means our light isn't bright enough. Kann ich denn hier noch irgendwas anderes angucken? Hier komme ich immer nur wieder dahin. Ich konnte auch lesen, was da stand, aber das ist halt nicht ausreichend. Und irgendwo muss es doch eine weitere Glühbirne geben. Ich habe dieses Spiel doch schon mal geschafft. Moment. Das war dieses einfach nur Find Bulb, okay. Wo habe ich mir was noch nicht angesehen? Weil hier, ich kann ja auch die Leitern nicht anwählen. Hier haben wir auch nur das mit dem Zettel. Das Ding ist auch einfach nur ein Hut. Ah, the handle is made of metal. Okay, das war auch schon alles. A hat stand. You put hats on it. Hier war, gate is huge. Well, it's not like there's a lock, so we can get out of here anytime we want. Still, it'd be kind of pointless to leave. Genetik gerade eine Klausur geschrieben. Ah, okay, was das angeht. Ich weiß, das kann hart sein. Aber glaub mir, im Vergleich zu dem, was ich im Studium gelernt habe, war das, was ich halt in der Schule hatte, im Leistungskurs, sehr, sehr einfach. Und ich habe es ja selbst eine Zeit unterrichtet. Also nicht nur Genetik, sondern halt generell Biologie, aber komm, irgendwo unten vielleicht. This is the scaffold for the top floor. Gibt's hier nicht irgendwo... There's a scaffold made of wire netting that goes all the way to the edges of the cylinder. Wo verdammt ist die dritte Glühbirne? Weil hier war ja auch nichts anderes. Hier ist nur... All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. Habe ich hier vielleicht doch irgendwo was übersehen? All sorts of languages, I can't read them. Gehen wir hier nochmal alles durch. Books on Folklore and Myth here. This one's a book of Japanese culture called Modern Japanese Literature. There isn't a picture book on this shelf anymore. This book is called Agriculture and Historical Organizations in Folklore. This shelf is book on Japanese Folklore and Oral Traditions. Moment. Also ich habe leider nur 2 von diesen verdammten Glühbirnen. Irgendwo muss es eine dritte geben. Oder kann ich jetzt hier schon... Sheldrake, got a volume number. Nö. Und hier haben wir Algebraic Number Theory. Und dann sind wir wieder hier. Irgendwo muss es doch noch was geben, verdammt. Man sieht ja auch, was hier steht. Sheldrake 5. Verdammte Lampen. Wo habe ich was übersehen? Das hier. Principles of Monkey Behavior. Diesen hatten wir. Aber das wollte ich nicht. Religion and History of Buddhism. Cultural Heritage of Rome. Das alles hatten wir. Here, handrail is made of metal, probably a wise choice of building material. Wir haben doch alles schon durchgeguckt. Wo zum Geier ist die letzte Glühbirne? Open here, get bulb hatten wir. Kann ich hier die ganz am Rand ansehen? Golden Rabbit and the Moon. Ja. Mind Swap. Hier unten dann vielleicht nochmal Paleontology. Mother Nature. Mankind's Tales. Das hier hatten wir auch gerade. Transition, genau, das hatten wir eben schon. Oh, das hatten wir wohl nicht. An overview of photochemistry? I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Hey, it looks like there's a lot of space behind these books. Look, Junpei. I think there's something hidden behind the books. Jetzt lernen ist das tatsächlich nicht allzu schwer. Es hat nur ziemlich viele Fachbegriffe. Ja gut, das stimmt. Aber sobald man so ein bisschen die Grundbegriffe kann, geht's. So. Communication and Computer Science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about. Automated robotic assembly line techniques, huh? What's that? Some sort of comic book? Geez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about the automated machinery that's used to build things like cars.
What's that one called?
It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering.
Ah, mein Fachgebiet.
So, jetzt geht's abwärts. Wir machen jetzt hier die Lampen ein bisschen heller. Alright, so there are 3 lights in here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should. Awesome! It worked!
Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy.
There's something projecting on the bottom.
These letters, they seem familiar.
Sheldrake 5?
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake.
Moment, warum sind wir im Adventure Screen und nicht im Novel Screen? So. Junpei read the text out loud and Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Junpei grinned.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Well...
Junpei's eyes narrowed.
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly. Moment.
Ugh.
So. He'd finally given up.
Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well,
Snake nodded.
Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves. It's events that took place 9 years ago, die Entführung, Geiselnahme. Ja, es war wohl, auch wie Clover gesagt hat, da wurden die als Kinder dazu gezwungen, genau dieses Spiel zu spielen, dieses Nonary-Game, was ja gerade abläuft. Und es sind halt zu diesem Zeitpunkt 16 Kinder verschwunden. Und da war Seven dann zum Beispiel der als Cop das Ganze untersucht hat.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the four-leaf clover. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it.
Ich habe aus Versehen einen Teil weggedrückt. Aber ja.
He wouldn't kill us. No matter what the situation was.
Snake paused and cocked his head, as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake?
Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she?
Snake looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body, and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded slowly.
The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido.
Und Gentaro Hongo kennen wir, das ist nämlich Ace.
Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido...
Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names somewhere before.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Ich möchte kurz anmerken, das ist keine Theorie, das wäre, wenn überhaupt, eine Hypothese. Zumindest wenn man wissenschaftliche Sprache verwenden möchte. Aber weiter.
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
Snake nodded.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Junpei thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Ja. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
His face barely moved as he spoke.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him.
Huh.
Just as Junpei was about to speak,
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you.
Hmm?
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if what he was about to say brought him great pain.
Her name was Akane. That was the girl who died.
Interessant, oder? Junpei felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry and his head felt light.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Aber ja, stimmt schon. Akane ist jetzt nicht der seltenste Name in Japan. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, all right?
Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear.
I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. So. Hier müssen wir was machen. Sheldrake 5. Sheldrake. This is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Das sind zu viele Infos auf einmal. Ja, gut. Man wird hier ein bisschen überflutet. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess we should press this button. What was that sound?
It sounded like something really big was moving.
It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. Als ob man das von hier aus nicht gesehen hätte. So. It's a thick metal door. There's a handle in the middle of it, though. Sagt ihr das gleiche? Yep, genau. There's a keyboard in front of the numbers. And there are 4 Roman numerals on the wall. It's gotta be a hint of some sort. X, Y, 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 X, Y, V, X, and... nicht I, nicht Y. X, I, X, I, V, X, and X, I. Those are all Roman numerals. Also 13, 14, 10, 13. Do you think we just need to put in the numbers from the wall on the keyboard?
No, you can't. The keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type stuff like 3 or 4.
And that means... Oh! Hexadezimal mal wieder. 13 wäre der 4. Buchstabe A, B, C, D. Also D, E, A, D. Dead. Well, I bet you've got to type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but you can only enter letters. It looks like you only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. Guess you need to hit enter once you type in the letters. And you can erase what you typed with control. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. Aber ja, im Grunde ist es so, wir haben eine 13 und eine 13 in Hexadezimal ist ein D. Eine 14 ist ein E. Eine 10 ist ein A. Die nächste 13 ist wieder ein D. Warum ist das Leerzeichen ein Enter? Yay! You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now. Good job, Junpei.
Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good.
So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up. So. Alright, Handel, it's time we got this over with. Damn it. I can't get it open. This thing won't even budge.
What? Why not? You put in the password. What else do we have to do?
Then that means it's the other door. Alright, let's get this thing open. Und da funktioniert's. You found it. The door opened. And Junpei and the others leapt through it.
All right, this is the next.
Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
Oh, the door!
They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut.
Did that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
They took a second look at the room they'd found themselves in. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Junpei's heart fell.
No way!
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, let's begin.
Ich glaube, ich mache jetzt kurz eine Kleinigkeit. Wir haben natürlich jetzt hier wieder Seek a Way Out. Gebt mir einen Moment. Ich denke, ich hole mir kurz einfach eine Kleinigkeit. Und dann bin ich gleich wieder da. So, da bin ich dann auch schon wieder. Moment. Ich habe mir nämlich hier einfach eine Keksdose geholt. Ich habe nämlich gerade irgendwie richtig Bock auf die Dinger. Und ich glaube, das hilft auch ein bisschen, meinen Blutzucker oben zu halten. Ich habe das Gefühl, so langsam lässt meine Konzentration nach. So. Zack. Und geht einem gleich schon viel besser. So, aber jetzt müssen wir uns umsehen. Das kennen wir aus den Captain's Quarters. Hey Junpei, isn't this a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before.
New material has been added to the file screen, yeah. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we solved in the other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. There's some old computer monitors on his desk. You don't see CRT monitors that much anymore. Look, Junpei, the rust on here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah. How exciting. This screen is huge. Wonder why it's blue. Maybe if I touch it? There's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Oh, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. You just gotta use that to make the all cells on the right and the bottom green. Hey Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You want to take a look at it? You think this might have something to do with the puzzle? It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all of the cells all green. Da muss ich jetzt kurz nochmal einen kleinen Keks essen. So. Wenn ich jetzt hier drücke, passiert sowas. Mit anderen Worten, wir brauchen ein A. Das A muss das D weg. Aber das hier muss so sein. Hier brauchen wir also die 1 und die 9. Also man sieht, es gibt gewisse Methoden. Ne, D muss wegbleiben. D darf nicht. Die 4 muss bleiben. Und für L A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. L ist eine 22. Oh ne, nicht eine 22, eine 21. Und F ist A, B, C, D, E, F. F ist eine 15. Das heißt, hier müssen sie alle 3 sein. Und jetzt muss ich es irgendwie hinkriegen. Nee. Ah, ich bin einfach völlig überfragt mit solchen Rätseln. Ich bin sowas schrecklich. Okay, also das D muss ausbleiben. Und jetzt brauche ich halt hier noch was. Aber eben auch nicht alles. Schrecklich, schrecklich. Absolut schrecklich. Nichts funktioniert, wie es soll. Im Grunde ist das am Ende für mich hauptsächlich so ein wildes Rumprobieren, weil ich keine Ahnung habe, wie ich das anständig machen soll. Moment. Hier brauchen wir das F, aber nicht das B. Jetzt bin ich wieder hier. Verdammt, das ist einfach... Ich habe Hint... Ja gut, dann kriegen wir einfach nur das. Okay. Jetzt gehen wir es nochmal systematisch durch. Wir brauchen jetzt hier nur beides nochmal hell. Ohne was anderes zu verändern. Die beiden müssen wir zum Leuchten bringen. So, wenn ich jetzt das mache, ist halt das hier zusätzlich und das wollen wir nicht haben. Und jetzt sind wir wieder an so einem Punkt, der auch nicht richtig ist. Es ist zum Mäusemelken mit diesen Aufgaben manchmal. Oh, jetzt habe ich es geschafft. Einfach ein bisschen rumprobiert, dann klappt es schon. You did it, Junpei. You're so smart. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Whoa, whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out.
Cross emblem. Metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. Aha! Alright, I've put the emblems into the four indentations on the desk, but... Huh? Nothing's happening. Wait, what's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right is the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number. 1 steering wheel, 2 cross, 3 mysterious dice, a circle, and 4 waffle patterns. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order. That order, huh? It's so small. I wonder what it is. I got no idea. A mouse. Nothing happens when I mess with it, though. There are 3 monitors here. The power's on, but there's nothing on any of the screens. The keyboard. Let's just tap a few keys, see if we can make wake this thing up. Damn. No dice. Was haben wir hier? This monitor is part of this machine. It's really dim, though. It's got a map of the whole world on it, but I can barely see it. Was haben wir hier? Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there. Ah, now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved a puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. The same thing? The important part is the nautical table we just found. We just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm gonna use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay, then show me, now. Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. this looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel and the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I wanted it to turn to, the compass will turn in that direction. Okay, ich muss dieses Ding jetzt erstmal wegstellen, ansonsten futter ich die ganze Zeit Kekse. Moment. Da ist gut. Das ist außerhalb meiner Reichweite. So. Genug rumgeknuspert. Weiter. Then I just gotta press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to. I'm betting something will happen if I can do it right. Alright, let's do this. So, Hint. Wir beginnen also nach Süden. Dann nach Westen. Nach Südosten. Falsche Richtung, aber ist nicht so wichtig. Nach Nordosten. Nach Osten. Nach Norden und dann nochmal nach Osten. Dingeling. Yeah, you did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Knock it off.
Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now.
Check out the right side of the monitor.
It just kinda slid open and something came out.
Oh yeah. I heard a noise too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know? A noise, huh? Helm emblem. Metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a symbol that looks like a steering wheel engraved on it. So. Come mal hier. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa. Well, now we've got something on the screen at least. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah, the dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, it'll enter a dit. If I hold the button down, it'll enter a da. Once we enter an answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. Alright, let's do this. Also jetzt müssen wir einfach nur... Also hier. Das war's wohl nicht. Da fehlt uns wohl noch ein Hinweis zu. Was haben wir denn hier? There's something written on these pieces of paper. Looks like we've got 3 sheets of the stuff. The material has been added to the file screen. Dann gehen wir doch mal in den File Screen. Information about Alice. About digital roots. Morse code chart 1. The Morse code chart. It was found on the steel shelf in the small cluttered room. It has a Morse code key for the letters A to I. The short mark is called DIT and made by tapping the button. The long mark is called DA and made by holding the button down. Dann können wir mal gucken. Teilweise wäre es 2 wäre I. Kommen wir zum nächsten. Hoppla. Morse code chart. Morse code from J to R. Aber 4 mal kurz gibt's hier nicht. Gibt's hier auch nicht. Aber wir müssen irgendwas formen, was mit denen funktioniert. Also erstmal was mit 2 Buchstaben. Nicht 2 Buchstaben, mit 2 Tippen. Da geht das A und das I. Mit 4 haben wir J, L, P, Q. Zu viel eigentlich. Schauen wir uns erstmal weiter um. There are piles of crap everywhere. This is a pretty impressive mess.
If we try and search every one of these, we're gonna be at it till the cows come home.
Well, that doesn't seem too bad. We won't have to bring them in ourselves then.
Don't you get smart with me, kid.
How about we deal with this area later, okay guys? Maybe we should try something more promising. These monitors hang down from the ceiling. Each screen shows a room of the ship. Okay, weiter kann ich hier nicht. Gibt's nur diese Tür? Ah, hier gibt's was. The metal shuttle looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, holy shit. That is pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. Coffin. A coffin. Oh man, does Seven think... Yep, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing as I am.
No way. Could this be?
I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. And I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. There's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All ice. Ah, the 2 machines. Oh. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Oh well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you would give me a hand. Okay. I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Huh. No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something. Yes, I believe it's locked in some other way. Hey, Seven. You think you could open it with your superhuman strength?
No,
What's wrong?
I think I'll just pass on this one, okay?
What in the heck? Very well, we just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? Hier brauchen wir also noch irgendwas, um das öffnen zu können. Dann schauen wir uns mal weiter um. Das hier war der Startbereich. Hier war die Karte. Haben wir uns noch irgendwas anderes ansehen können? Stimmt, das war der Tisch, an dem wir nachher sollten. That's a pipe. There's a cabinet underneath it. Ah, das können wir uns ansehen. There's a piece of paper in here. Not sure without taking a closer look, but I think it might be a clue. Junpei, we don't need this anymore, do we? No, I don't think so. Yeah, this is for a puzzle we already solved. Moment, was haben wir jetzt gefunden? Ernsthaft? First drop. Ach, okay, das war aber auch was, das haben wir nicht gebraucht. There's a whole buttload of drawers in this cabinet. Mehr als das öffnest du nicht? There's nothing in the drawer anymore. Nothing in the other drawers. Sag sowas doch. These fans must be for ventilation. I can see walls on the other side of them. There are metal bars in front of the fan openings. I don't think we can get out that way. Hier, das bringt uns wieder nur hier hin. A steel cabinet with a double door. Oh, hier. Nee, das kann ich mir nicht ansehen. Aber there's nothing in here anymore. Ja, das hatten wir auch schon. Ventilation fans. There are metal bars over the openings, though. We can't get through them. A pipe. A pipe. A pipe. Ne, man muss es anders sagen. Ah, ne, die sagen es nicht nochmal. There are 3 pipes here. Das heißt, wir haben wohl doch die Möglichkeit, das zu lösen. Und ich bin bisher einfach zu doof. Und have you figured out what you're supposed to enter here, Junpei? Looks like the word that's supposed to go here has 3 letters. It's got 3 lines, and I think each line is 1 letter. I see. Well, if that's the case, then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol respectively. After all, isn't that what you just said? One line has 2 spaces, the next 4, and the last only a single space. I see. So in other words, I've got to enter either the dots or the dashes. In a set of 2, then a set of 4, and then just 1. Yes, well, so it would seem. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. Just tap the button. Ja, das hatten wir. Okay. Let's do this. Kann ich hier kurz... Ah, Moment, jetzt wird das an der Seite angezeigt. Jetzt haben wir das. Perfekt. Erstmal 2. Gehen wir mal kurz durch. Was könnte eines sein? 1 ist T. Oder E. Ich mache einfach mal kurz hier. Moment. Wozu habe ich denn hier Notizmöglichkeiten? So, schreibe ich es mal einfach nochmal auf. Das heißt, der dritte ist entweder ein E oder ein T. Das erste mit 2. Ein A. Ein I. Ein M, ein N. Das war's. Okay, was gibt's jetzt an 4 Möglichkeiten? Ein B, ein C, ein F, ein H, ein J, ein L, ein P, ein Q. Es sind zu viele Möglichkeiten. Aber auch V, X, Y und Z. In der Mitte gibt es sehr viele Optionen. Das heißt, können wir uns mal überlegen. Ape würde gehen, wäre aber wahrscheinlich nicht ganz richtig. Was wäre denn möglich mit T am Ende? Ein T wäre unwahrscheinlich tatsächlich, weil wir hätten vorher auf jeden Fall einen Konsonanten. Das heißt wahrscheinlich was mit einem E am Ende. Ich nehme jetzt einfach mal Ape. Das ist das erste, was mir spontan einfällt. A ist das. P war... Und E war einfach nur ein kurz... Ist falsch. Okay. Moment. Eis. Es ist Eis. Ich bin einfach dämlich. Eis. Hätte ich drauf kommen können. I see. It seems you have solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sound of the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right side of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah, yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. What? Code Emblem. Das heißt... Schauen wir uns den Sarg an. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. There's going to be something horrible in there, I just know it. Okay, okay, deep breaths. Here we go.
Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, I can't believe I was scared of something like that.
What do you mean nobody? We're expecting someone to be in there?
It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime.
Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There's something in there, though. Well, two somethings actually. What is that? There are two things on the bottom of the coffin. Two things on the bottom of the coffin.
Looks like we've got a plate with an emblem on it and...
The Neptune key! Yes, we finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as this other thing goes... Coffin Emblem. So. Das heißt, wir haben jetzt alle 4 Embleme. Und können uns entsprechend dem Tisch hier zuwenden. Und jetzt ist die Reihenfolge wichtig. Es begann, glaube ich, mit dem Helm Emblem. Let's just drop the emblem of the steering wheel in here. Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the monitors at least.
What's that?
Looks like some kind of puzzle. I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls except the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number for that area. That's it. I still don't really get it. Whatever, like they say, practice makes perfect. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see you solve the next one. Then you can make fun of me. Hat er gerade den Blinden beleidigt? Okay. Also, hier zum Beispiel wäre 6, 2, 7 eine Möglichkeit. Der Rest kann hier rein und das muss auf jeden Fall eine 3 ergeben. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There are still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? Als nächstes war das Cross Emblem, meine ich. Okay, let's put in the emblem of the cross.
Hey Junpei, something that just showed up on the screen.
This puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one.
Yeah, but there's more of those red balls you can't move.
The number for each area are different too.
It looks like it's got the same rules as the last one though. You sure don't want to double check that?
No, I'll be fine. I'll get confused. If I get confused, I can just look at this screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture's worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it! At least I'm trying, alright? Keine Ahnung, was der im japanischen Original da sagt. Gut, wir brauchen hier eine 1. Das heißt, wir müssen auf 10 am besten kommen. Oder auf... Naja, theoretisch... 10 wäre eine Möglichkeit. Aber auch eine Sache, die am Ende wieder auf eine 19 wäre auch möglich. Eine 19 wäre, glaube ich, sogar einfacher. Das heißt, wenn ich jetzt zum Beispiel sage, wir nehmen die 8, die 4, dann sind wir bei 12 und dann können wir noch die 7 nehmen und dann passt das. Und der Rest hier ergibt zusammen auch eine Quersumme von 7, also eine Digital Root in dem Fall.
That's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it.
Okay, der Sarg war als letztes dran, das heißt, wir haben jetzt hier das. Okay, let's put in the emblem of the secret code.
Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though.
Don't you think you should double check it? Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. Oh, was den Kommentar jetzt gerade im Chat angeht. Ja gut, in dem Fall viel Spaß bei der Verabredung. Und ja, schönen Abend noch und schau dir gerne im VOD an, wie es weitergeht. So this, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Ah, shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. So, 7. Das Einfachste ist, wenn wir jetzt hier das so kombinieren und das hier ergibt zusammen dann auch wieder. Excellent work, Junpei. You've only got 1 left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Ja. Let's see what happens when I put the emblem in of the coffin into this indentation.
This is the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot like that last couple.
I think this is probably the last one. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright, I'll solve it in no time. So, 8. Können wir haben mit der Kombination zum Beispiel. Und hier, ja, wenn nur 2 übrig sind. This combination does not open the door? Moment. Das stimmt nicht. Ah, Moment. Funktioniert es, wenn wir sagen, wir machen es so? Aha. Huh? Where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei. You answered all the questions.
Damn, Junpei, good job.
Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. Was haben wir denn hier?
A picture.
In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men.
What the?
Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before.
What the hell is this?
This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the 0 bracelet on his left arm. And this second man, with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man, the one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit.
Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Dann kann man sich denken, wer der letzte Typ ist. Vor allem, wenn man bedenkt, dass 2 von denen jeweils schon tot sind. 7 and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too.
As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree.
And they look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
Vielleicht, weil er ziemlich übel zugerichtet war, als du ihn gesehen hast. Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
Junpei flipped the picture over.
Huh.
There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Yep, das heißt, Kubota zum Beispiel ist der 9., also ist der Tote, oder einer der Toten, der am Anfang gesprengt wurde. Nijisaki ist ziemlich sicher der Typ, den alle für Snake gehalten haben. Und Musashido ist der Tote in der Kapitänskajüte. Mit anderen Worten, das sind alles Leute, die dieses erste Nonary Project geleitet haben. Da ist natürlich jetzt die Frage, wozu das Ganze? Warum? Wer ist Zero, wenn er es augenscheinlich auf diese Leute abgesehen hat? Und wozu dann das ganze Spiel? Nonary Project. Nijisaki. Kubota. Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured out that it could only mean he'd written the words on the back himself.
That means Ace, the 9th man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising.
Why? Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project, but why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Genau das.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed a dark look on the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his head that, yes, of course Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, I would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of the strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
His eyes were red and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro. Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo. From the right, the other 3 are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei along with a pressing question.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, all right?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. Falsch rum. Hat and scratched his head. So rum. Wäre sehr lustig, wenn er seinen Kopf abgenommen hätte. Moment. Fällt jetzt gerade auf, soll vielleicht die Keksdose auch schließen, ansonsten wird dann noch was sehr trocken. Nehmen wir dann einen letzten noch kurz raus. So. Darum kümmere ich mich noch kurz. So. So. Den erstmal letzten weggeknuspert. He made a face and put his hat back on.
All right, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told.
Mhm. Neutral good, wie ich sehe, wenn man mit D&D Alignments redet.
That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common: a history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. That what you want? The fish here would love a meal.
I kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it! Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink. A toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. Huh. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying. But I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit. But I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold on. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Moment, ist das Matt Mercer? Die Stimme?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship?
Könnte sein. Ich bin mir nicht sicher.
Didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then... Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside. The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. It wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then there was a voice.
Sowas haben wir doch auch schon mal gehört.
What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror, and all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were, the kids I'd been searching for. They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent, for the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually.
Wir sehen da zum Beispiel auch ein Kind mit sehr auffällig weißen Haaren und ein Kind mit einer Haarfarbe, also auch ein etwas schlachsiger Junge mit einer Haarfarbe, die wir auch schon gesehen haben. Das Mädchen links erinnert vielleicht ein kleines bisschen an Lotus, bei der wir wissen, dass auch, naja, ihre 2 Töchter entführt wurden. Und welches Mädchen ist das wohl da als die zweite von rechts?
Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted in my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kinda cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. Needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator. Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right!
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said!
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them!
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit and the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope.
Yeah!
It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope.
Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me.
No! No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. No point to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. The plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's...
Yeah, that's not good.
Habe ich da aus Versehen wieder was weggedrückt. Sorry.
That meant we better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up and up. Our feet pounded the steps, our arms pumping fast. We went round and round and round, like the devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too, and so did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go. Hey kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait! I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck! I spun around to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? You got it? The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. But the boy...
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time to argue. I I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
we heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But
Ah! Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please! Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die, please! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise!
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited. And waited. But Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer he feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Bevor wir hier weitermachen, erstmal stellt sich natürlich jetzt die Frage, wie kann es sein, dass Akane gestorben ist? Und wenn das so, beziehungsweise wenn Akane gestorben ist, wer ist Jun? Und woher weiß Jun die ganzen Sachen über Junpei und die gemeinsame Vergangenheit von Akane und Junpei? Auch wieder ein interessanter Punkt, würde ich meinen. Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away he could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
All right, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. When he stopped and turned to face them again,
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother.
und da haben wir schon mal eine weitere wichtige Information.
You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother. But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to run, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back.
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
Das wird jetzt auch interessant.
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think. He knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge, and had even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence,
What?
and then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In the drawer that had held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
New material has been added to the file screen. No. Keycard 0. A keycard with a 0 in the middle of it. 0. 0. God damn it, Zero's just screwing with us, isn't he? So. Moment. Hier müssen wir hin. Hier. So, geht doch. Alright, let's just swipe this card. Junpei, look! It's unlocked.
Yeah. Now we can go back to the library.
Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go. Alright, let's go. The door opened and they stumbled into the library.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway,
This exit needs the Uranus card too.
straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
They slid the keycard through and the door rumbled open.
All right, it's open. Let's go.
Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it.
Okay, Neptune Key, let's see if you work.
He turned it.
Yes! I think it unlocked.
The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque.
It says incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste.
Let's go.
As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then suddenly, there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
Jumpy, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking toward Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace.
He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. Gut, das ist so ein bisschen Sprite Recycling hier, aber passt. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace?
Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual. Or at least it was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that,
Good question.
Junpei couldn't say, he just knew. Another unexplainable mystery.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First is 1. Give me your hand.
It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well.
8. And with this...
Then at last he reached into the pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red.
9.
The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The ninth man. Kubota's bracelet.
1 plus 8 plus 9 equals 18, 1 plus 8 equals 9.
I believe I've won this game.
The smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Jetzt... Okay, netter Kommentar. Höre zwar immer noch nicht zu, aber ich möchte gerne kommentieren, dass Ace den Revolver auf die schlechtestmögliche Weise hält. Oder schlechtmöglichste Weise. Es wirkt nicht so, als würde ihn besonders sicher halten, das stimmt. Aber ich bin kein Experte für Schusswaffen.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
Junpei's eyes flicked toward Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either. Jetzt eine Distanzwaffe direkt am Kopf. Lotus muss die Mündung nur leicht nach oben bewegen und sie ist außer Reichweite. Okay, das ist so eine Sache, klar. Also jemand... Ja, wobei, das Problem ist halt, so eine Schusswaffe kann sehr schnell losgehen, wenn der Finger gut... Also ich verstehe, wie du es meinst, aber weiter.
What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? Why isn't it opening? One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... At the last second he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red.
Now open!
He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? That digital root should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red.
Now!
Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. It was over before they knew it.
No!
In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain.
Oh.
Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Oh.
Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity in his face.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right, we'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital root.
1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Ja, und jetzt geht das hier die ganzen Rechnungen durch.
Which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota, but he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid. But his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
Then you mean to say Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision was frustrating. But Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle. Which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. And then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace.
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Junpei took it and opened it.
Let's see.
This was what it said.
Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters.
Und ich glaube, der geht auch in allen Versionen durch die Tür 1, grundsätzlich.
As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Hayes had confessed everything. What energy he had left, what energy he had left him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said, all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the nonary game. To save someone.
Da ist jetzt die Frage, was damit gemeint ist. Wen retten wir?
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words sprung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something that I couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the side of his head.
Oh, my head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
7! What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just... Oh! I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
The answer to that is easy. He knew it because I knew. Und da kommen wir jetzt nämlich an einen interessanten Punkt. Plötzlich redet der Erzähler mit uns. Wobei der Erzähler ist vielleicht der falsche Begriff. Dazu kommen wir dann aber gleich. Und das Witzige ist, was jetzt normalerweise im Originalspiel passiert wäre, wenn man die Version auf dem DS gespielt hätte. Weil plötzlich diese Nachricht wäre kopfüber auf dem unteren Bildschirm. Man müsste jetzt den DS drehen. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in two, an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Ich möchte kurz anmerken, ein Fluss, der sich in zwei aufteilt, ist extrem selten. Flüsse laufen eigentlich eher zusammen. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? June. No, Arcane. Und jetzt sehen wir auch eine Sache. Wir können jetzt den Adventure Screen nicht mehr in den Novel Screen umschalten. Und jetzt wäre auch alles wieder richtig rum. Where did you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover... Oh shit.
Freeze.
Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but...
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
Oh, you mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No. No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit. We've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. That's the red. Yeah, alright. We can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Is there any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm going to need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? Man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see.
What?
And there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she figured it out, though. Man, that's just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without... if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright?
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
Bad?
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, all right? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier, at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
Two plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get that to that hole 7 popped out 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. Und jetzt sind wir plötzlich bei Akane Vision. Ja. Wir sind bei Zero, könnte man sagen. I was watching. Also ich werde jetzt nicht eine Mädchenstimme machen, das wird auf Dauer zu anstrengend. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic fields that we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. Ich sag nochmal kurz, man kann nicht wechseln gerade. Und das wäre jetzt, wie gesagt, alles kopfüber auf dem unteren Bildschirm, wenn man das auf dem DS spielen würde. That was approximately 9 years ago, and 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melded into him, and we became one, inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
That was my brother Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. "I want to go home," she cried. "I want to go home." Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the Nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake. Richtig, Snakes richtiger Name ist Light. Und ich sag mal kurz eine Sache. Clovers richtiger Name ist Clover. Die heißt wirklich so. Das ist auch lustig, wie ich finde. Aber gut. Und die beiden heißen übrigens mit Nachnamen Field. Mit anderen Worten, die Eltern hatten Vorlieben für Wortspiele.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us and his voice had authority and dignity. Da hat sich Taliesin aber wirklich Mühe gegeben, so zu klingen. The fights died down and we gathered around him.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
Wie schon gesagt, der Name ist es von ihr wirklich, Clover. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted.
Okay, das Mädchen unten in der Mitte sieht ja wirklich aus wie Lotus. Da weiß man, wer ihre Tochter ist.
I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say.
Now don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in a chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was the only one. But if there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors.
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already,
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency Incineration Command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
My brother Aoi swallowed hard and answered.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator. And that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7.
Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Aoi, Snake and 7. Nona ist die Tochter von Lotus. The other children, the ones had gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized...
Oh no, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back. I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me, I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran to the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
It was just where I'd thought it would be, sitting on the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back toward the stairs and freedom, the door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
Oh, wir sehen jetzt übrigens da auch mal die Nummer, die sie zu diesem Zeitpunkt auf dem Handgelenk hat. Also beim Armband. Akane war in dem Spiel auch Nummer 5. Wie Junpei jetzt. I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly,
Akane!
the door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo.
You came back!
I cried out. But then,
Ha! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me off, to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With a cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I was nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the 2 other doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice.
Help me!
My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Then it started again.
Warning. Warning. Emergency Incineration Command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in...
Und wir sind wieder in Junpei Vision, das heißt, jetzt wäre das Spiel wieder auf dem DS richtig rum.
18 minutes.
Und wir sehen, wir sind wieder im Adventure-Mode und nicht mehr im Novel-Mode.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit. Man, I knew what it was gonna say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise, I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But...
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn. What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means. Well, God damn it. Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, Figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor. It's moving. What else can I say about it but...
What the hell is that?
What is that?
Jetzt müsste man
What
wieder...
is that?
Jetzt müsste man wieder den Bildschirm rotieren. What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on the screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei. Just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Gah. Man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
Gah. Hey, we're all tens, lady. That doesn't mean you get to shove people around.
Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Sure, I'll just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Huh? Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
It's got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle...
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle. How do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again.
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face. A frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me?
Don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. I ran to the door with a 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
I hear Hongo's muffled voices from across the room.
I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
Ich muss dir sagen, ich finde Ace als Bösen in der Geschichte schon ziemlich gut getroffen. Es gibt nur eine Sache, die mich stört. Der Einzige mit einer neurologischen Störung ist der Böse. Verbittert durch seine eigene durch seine eigene Behinderung, wenn man es mal genau nimmt, wird der zu sowas. Okay. Immer wieder das gute alte Disabled Villain Trope. Gut, er ist nicht der einzige Behinderte in der Gruppe, weil Snake ist ja auch blind, aber es ist trotzdem, His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out.
What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot. So hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Akane?
Akane!
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here.
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck. Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit.
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course. But I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
That's her. She's there. Then that means...
Akane! Akane!
Aus irgendeinem Grund sagt er den nächsten Teil nicht. Are you an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa meant.
Right. There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
I think I get it now.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
And I do. I get everything now. At last I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is... Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there is only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan. I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
The voice reminded me of how much time I had left.
Jumpy!
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. I felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way.
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than our pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order. So I just need to switch these out? Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Just think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
So. Wir können jetzt quasi Sachen auswählen und austauschen gegen Sachen, die hier unten sind. Wenn wir jetzt auf Hint gehen, ich würde sagen, machen wir kurz, dann sehen wir hier solche Sachen, was auch immer das zu bedeuten hat. I pressed Hint, numbers appeared in the empty spots on the grid. They're all single digits. I get the feeling the numbers change when I switch out the yellow squares. But this square at the bottom? Why does it stay blank when I press Hint? Das heißt, wenn ich jetzt hier zum Beispiel das mache, dann steht da jetzt auf einmal 6. Warum? Im Grunde geht es hier auch die ganze Zeit um Quersummen. Das heißt jetzt hier zum Beispiel, nehmen wir mal diese 9. 1, 8, 6 und 3. Zusammen ergibt das 18. Quersumme ist 9. Und wenn wir jetzt die Buchstaben mit betrachten, dann passt das sehr, sehr gut. Weil dann müssen wir die wie in einem Hexadezimalsystem einfach weiterzählen. Aber gehen wir jetzt hier mal schnell weiter. 8 und 7 sind wir bei 15. Wir brauchen also noch 3. Damit haben wir das. Das Problem ist, dann bräuchten wir hier auch noch 3. Da müssten wir also irgendetwas suchen, was von der Quersumme her 3 ergibt. O ist 15. Ne, nicht 15. O ist der 15. Buchstabe, ist 14. Ne, 24. Oh. Nee, das würde dann nicht passen. Das macht eine 5. D ist der 4. Buchstabe des Alphabets. Das heißt, wir kommen damit auf eine 13, also auf eine 4. Das passt also auch nicht. Ach, man könnte ja auch noch noch das austauschen. Vielleicht sollte man eher hier anfangen. 3, 8 und 6. Wir müssen hier das Ganze im Grunde um 3 erhöhen. 3, 8 und 6 sind wir bei 17. Wir brauchen noch 1. Und jetzt müssen wir nur noch eines austauschen. Wir sehen, hier steht, wenn wir es genau machen. Password. Das ist super. Hier steht einfach Passwort. Übrigens, diese Sache, die man jetzt mit Akane hat, so von wegen dieses Ereignis, das in der Zukunft steht, ist im Grunde nichts anderes als, also man nennt sowas ein Bootstrap-Paradoxon. Müssen wir jetzt wirklich Password eintippen. Error. Moment. Die Frage ist, was jetzt hier stimmen könnte. Es blieb leer. Moment. Einfach eine 9? Ja, eine 9.
Yes, that's it.
Eben stand noch 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Warum auch immer.
Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did! Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
I hit the enter key.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
Ich muss mal kurz einen Schluck trinken.
Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Whew.
I can't quite believe I did that. But I'm so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Oh, of course, that's fine!
I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were the 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay?
Shut it.
Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again. And again. And again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right box. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course. That's why what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Will ich mal schauen. Das sind die Nummern von Snake, Clover, Junpei, Seven und Lotus. Snake, Clover, me, Seven and Lotus. Then door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Holy shit. Of course. Then we just have to put the right number into the red and...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this one or we are all fucked. Alright, no time to explain, just go!
Quick! Verify your numbers on the red!
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Hurry, 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 hurry!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. incineration system has been disabled.
Jetzt ist die Frage, warum hat das funktioniert? Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no time to be happy, time to go.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We've still got to find the dead.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane? Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming, and I leapt into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. Just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I'd passed through the door, that my bracelets had begun the countdown to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective we'd call 7 in 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Aoi was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar Seven and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running, up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Time for more running. Für eine Sache fragt man sich jetzt vielleicht. Wie kann es eigentlich sein, dass sich dann sowohl Aoi, also Santa, als auch Seven daran erinnern, dass, oder auch Snake, dass ein Kind gestorben ist, wenn das jetzt offensichtlich nicht passiert ist. Man könnte sagen, bei diesen Erinnerungen hat es so ein bisschen was von Schrödingers Katze. But if they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Seven talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital root 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16.
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19.
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22.
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Oh.
Q.
Richtig. Das war keine 9. Das war ein kleines Q. Als ich die Stelle das erste Mal erreicht habe, habe ich auch gedacht, wollt ihr mich komplett verarschen? Aber es ist gut. Es ist einfach gut.
26!
And what does that mean?
That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase q!
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. Tut mir leid, eine Stunde hast du hier gerade definitiv nicht. Und das war jetzt ein D&D-Witz. No, I can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run. Run! Like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei. No time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there.
All right, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes. We're finally here.
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big heavy door. But you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped, were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Aoi whispered.
Yeah.
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Yes, finally, air. Gah. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh? I gotta admit, that doesn't look quite like... Wait.
No way.
You have gotta be shitting me.
What?
It can't be.
This is...
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
Ja, natürlich, die haben wohl kaum die Gigantic wieder vom Ozeanboden, also vom Meeresboden hochholen können. Natürlich ist das einfach nur das Mock-Building.
The mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, sun. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I have ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip, like an ATM card. That's it? There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures.
Akane.
Jumpy.
Heh. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Und damit kommen wir zum Abspann, aber das ist noch nicht das ganze Ende, wenn man es ganz genau nimmt. Aber ja, wie gesagt, im Grunde war die Existenz von Akane selbst ein sogenanntes Bootstrap-Paradoxon. Also ein Bootstrap-Paradoxon hat man quasi, wenn die Situation, wie sie eigentlich ist, dadurch entsteht, dass eine Zeitreise vorher passiert sein muss oder eine Veränderung der Vergangenheit oder ein Einfluss auf die Vergangenheit. Ein gutes Beispiel dafür ist halt aus Harry Potter 3 die Sache mit dem Zeitumkehrer. Dass da Harry quasi sich selbst in der Vergangenheit einmal gerettet haben muss, damit er sich später in der Zukunft selber retten kann. Sowas. Sowas Ähnliches haben wir in komplizierter dann auch hier. Und von daher... Ja, ich schau mal kurz, stehen da irgendwann auch mal die englischen Sprecher? Weil dann würde ich da mal schauen, weil momentan stehen da ja nur die japanischen Entwickler. Ah, ach nee, English Voice Cast, Rena Strober, Evan Smith, Richard Epker, Sean Chiplock, Cam Clark, KR. Wo ist Taliesin Jaffe? Ach, wahrscheinlich, weil er da zu einer gewissen Organisation angehörte. Ich weiß es nicht. Aber gut. Ist jetzt auch nicht so wichtig. Auf jeden Fall habe ich in einer Synchronsprecherkartei gefunden, dass seit Taliesin Jaffe Snake gesprochen hat. Von daher. Aber noch ist es nicht ganz vorbei. Und es gibt vor allem eine Frage. Warum eigentlich der ganze Scheiß jetzt mit Ice 9 und Alice?
Are you okay?
Weil das ist jetzt zum Beispiel eine Sache, die immer wieder aufgetaucht ist. Man fragt sich jetzt, warum?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look then?
It was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean?
Junpei grinned and...
Ow, 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 ow.
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building, keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now we are screaming... And now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive.
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
Super Spruch.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Oh shit! God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. And I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them furious.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big, swelling lumps.
You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out.
Yeah, I guess I could've...
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but... I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind.
They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I... Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary Project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. He looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore.
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get the tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
You could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
All right, so what's your second question? You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, you see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Bourdain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae.
Mandragora ist übrigens auch der Begriff für Alraune. Also das ist eine Fantasiepflanze.
I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soperin. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is, for you, doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Ich möchte kurz anmerken, im Japanischen ist das irgendein Wortspiel, das man quasi nicht ins Englische gut übersetzen konnte.
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this. It me. So we always together.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and I fell onto June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of evening. Just the 2 of us leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven? He said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look! Over there! There's somebody next to the road.
Huh?
What?
Hmm? Yep. Das passiert jetzt. Das passiert jetzt wirklich. Aber ja, es wird nicht so ganz beantwortet, ob Seven jetzt tatsächlich das wusste oder nicht. Und im Grunde ist es so, durch den Gedächtnisverlust und die verwaschenen Erinnerungen hätte ja alles richtig sein können. Von daher, the burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. End. So, would you like to save the info you obtained during this playthrough? After saving the game will start from the beginning, please select a save slot. Ja. Und zack, haben wir diese Enden jetzt auch drin. Und da sehen wir jetzt hier End. Wir sehen jetzt hier natürlich entsprechend, warum das noch so lang ging, weil wir dazwischen immer noch einige Novel-Segmente immer wieder hatten und Ja, hier Final Question, dann hatten wir hier die 2 Escape Rooms und so weiter. Ach nee, die sind nicht schön. Aber ja, das war das Spiel. Ich werde, glaube ich, noch ein bisschen dazu sagen, aber im Grunde ist es, wie gesagt, so, dass das Ganze ein bisschen quantenmäßig war. Und ich werde jetzt auch noch ein paar kleine Sachen erwähnen. Unter anderem, was jetzt Akane bzw. June anging. Die hatte einen relativ fragilen Zustand tatsächlich, was ihre Gesundheit anging. Allerdings nur in anderen Zeitlinien als dieser. Wenn man in diesen Raum zum Beispiel gegangen ist, gut, dann war June nicht dabei, aber wenn man nachher in anderen Räumen zusammen mit June ist, hat die immer irgendwelche Anfälle von Fieber. Und hier am Ende dieses Endes ist June einfach plötzlich weg. Und hier verstehen wir jetzt auch, warum es heißt Zero Lost. Weil das ein Ende ist, das nicht dazu führt, dass Junpei sie rettet. Dieses Ende muss natürlich trotzdem eine Möglichkeit sein, damit diese Information quasi gepflückt und eingepflanzt werden kann. Aber da sehen wir es. Das sind so die Enden. Wenn es halt June wirklich schlecht geht, weiß man, es geht in eine Richtung, in der sie nicht gerettet wird. Und in diesem Part hat sie nur eine einzige Fieberattacke und das ist kurz nachdem halt Kubota am Anfang stirbt. Warum da? Keine Ahnung. Aber man merkt, die haben sich da Gedanken gemacht. Und im Grunde ist es so, solange dieses Spiel läuft, ist das Leben von Akane mehr so eine Art Schrödingers Katze. So ein Quantenzustand. Es könnte beides werden, je nachdem, wie sich die Dinge entwickeln. Man muss allerdings sagen, das ist ein Konzept, das in den späteren Spielen noch ein bisschen anders dann gehandhabt wird. Und ja, plötzlich sind die dann auch noch Alice über den Weg gefahren. Oder zumindest einer, die so aussieht. Was es damit auf sich hat, erfährt man vielleicht im nächsten Teil. Worum ich jetzt bitten möchte, ist allerdings ein kleiner Call to Action, nämlich wie wäre es damit, wenn jetzt erstmal ein paar Leute dann, die das vielleicht als VOD sehen, dann in den Kommentaren dalassen, was ihr von dieser Reihe gehalten habt, wie ihr das fandet, ob ihr euch vielleicht auf den nächsten Teil freut. Ich werde dieses Wochenende wahrscheinlich nicht mehr streamen, aber zumindest werde ich dann nächste Woche nochmal anfangen. Ich glaube, Donnerstag kriege ich da ganz gut hin. Und dann, ja, schauen wir, wie es da weitergeht. Ich muss sagen, es ist eine Fortsetzung, aber man spielt in diesem Spiel dann nicht Junpei, sondern der Point-of-View-Charakter ist ein anderer. Aber es kommen Charaktere vor, die in diesem Spiel zum Beispiel wichtige Charaktere waren. Ich werde nicht sagen, wer, aber es kommen entsprechende Charaktere vor. Ich finde halt einfach das von der Story sehr intelligent gemacht, diese Reihe, generell dieses Spiel insbesondere, aber auch die anderen. Und das ist, finde ich, etwas, was mich an dieser Reihe so fasziniert, dass die es einfach schafft, solche Geschichten rauszuhauen. Ich bin mir nicht mehr sicher, wie der kreative Kopf dahinter hieß, aber dass der es einfach schafft, solche Geschichten zu erzählen. Na gut, zusammen mit dem entsprechenden Team, was da mit hintersteckt und diese Geschichten mit verfasst, das ist halt schon was Besonderes. Daher, ich weiß, das ist ein Genre, das nicht für jeden was ist. Aber ganz im Ernst, es ist in meinen Augen absolut großartig. Und ich bin sehr gespannt, was noch aus der Feder dieser Leute kommt. Von daher, ich denke, das reicht jetzt erstmal für heute. Ist ja jetzt auch lang genug gegangen. Wir sehen uns dann wahrscheinlich bei entweder der Folge zu meinem League of Legends Lore Podcast. Morgen kommt ja dann die Sejuani-Folge. Zumindest wenn das jetzt live betrachtet wird. Ansonsten halt bei meinem D&D-Stream einmal jede Woche Dienstag. Und ansonsten halt, wenn wir dann irgendwann anfangen, hier den zweiten Teil zu spielen. Der ist ein kleines bisschen anders, aber das Grundprinzip ist gleich. Nur sagen wir mal, das Flowchart ist ein wenig komplexer oder zumindest bietet noch ein paar mehr Optionen als das, was hier ist. Und es gibt noch mehr verschiedene Enden und alle davon sind irgendwie wichtig. Von daher, Ich hoffe, dass ihr da einschaltet. Aber wir sehen uns dann, wie gesagt, beim nächsten Mal. Bis dahin, Leute. Cheerio. Es ist schon fast 1.